Okay. It's been a moment now. Which way do I need to go? Left. I don't remember what cards I have. Oogle? Moogle? Ogle? Ogle? Oh, you know what? I think I had just used a Moogle card last stream. I guess I could have looked on the map. Ooh, yeah, I did. Okay. Probably shouldn't have used that here then, but oh well. I still have a good amount of Moogle points at least. Because the Moogles don't take cash here. Money is a universal currency except for the Moogles. Bastards. Even the cards have belts. Need to take time and try and edit together the bits of last stream into one video. I forgot I needed to do that, and so I didn't get it done yesterday when I had the time for it. Under the sea, under the sea. Take it from me. How can the Sunday slave away? Nope, I forgot it. We'll pay attention to the next game. 3 wishes, 0. You know what? It's the last one. 5 pumpkin head. Not bad. Alright. I might be a little coffee today. It's been kind of high allergy stuff, and I did yard work. Thankfully, the allergies have not been too bad, considering it's been high pollen the entire time we've been here, and it's an area I'm not used to. I actually have had shockingly good allergy stuff last however many weeks. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. What more is you looking for? Under the sea, under the sea. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Oh, I have blown through some Moogle points. How much room in my deck do I have? Not much. Next thing in there needs to be a better cure card. 15 blue. I'm glad I've been using a bunch of these lately. Do I have a 5 anywhere? No. I don't want to use my Moogle card though. I think it'll just pop the 6. Yeah. Whoops. I want in here. Oh, this is the treasure thing. Oh, well. I still want this. I think this was actually what I was going for at the end of last stream. Now, if I'm lucky, I'll get one of those, once we finish the next few floors. It's one of those things where playing through these games again, I'm like, how much should I talk about spoilers? Because I'm sure most people wouldn't mind, but I just never know. But when we get to the Destiny Island area, since I've talked about way more important spoilers during this, inflict damage on all ground enemies. Oh, does make sense. Kind of weird they didn't just go with like an earth. Yeah, it's weird there isn't like an earth element in here. There is an organization member here that is like earth attuned. I think he's got like earth style moves even in this. And they just didn't make it like an element. What's Demix do? Speaking of people who don't have his own element. Dramatically boosts power of ice-based attacks. Makes sense. He's at a 40. He would not be bad to have. But even then, Demix not... Like, water being its own element, I can understand instead just using ice for that. Like, my brain does say it's different, but... I do have the thing for that room, don't I? I must have triggered a story moment when I didn't and not remembered it. Oh right, because we went to Triton's castle and we didn't know what a trident was. So I should just be able to, yeah, pop. There she is. Daddy's trident. You did the right thing. Not the coolest teleport animation I've seen in this series. Gotta say, I still think the, it's mostly an Organization 13 thing, but the darkness portals they use to move around, still one of my favorite, like, teleportation aesthetics I've seen in a series. The corridors of darkness, I think they call them. Dodging fish hooks while you twiddle your fins. I don't remember if Ursula did that in a movie or not. I somehow forgot that we were kind of just walking around down here. And what do they call those things? Oh yeah, feet. Don't trust that sea witch. Oh come on, sea witches can be nice. Have any idea where Flounder is? She's the only one who can help. Yeah, another world where they did not make it about the whole memory theme with the rest of the game. I wonder if that was like Disney meddling. Yeah, that's generally what's blamed for some of the worst worlds in Oh, I'm fucking somewhere new. Oh, I'm at the beginning again for some reason. Yeah. But yeah, in Mushroom Heartless? Oh, weird. Anyway, if I stop getting distracted, in 3, that's what was blamed for some of the less impressive worlds, was that, like, basically every world, the Disney team that was kind of responsible for the movie, like, had their own, this is how much you can mess with the world. So the worst worlds were supposedly the ones where the Disney teams were like, you can't change anything. I wonder if something like that happened with this one. in the worlds where they don't, like, tie things to memory. But some of them, they changed the story by a lot still, so... I don't think that would be why. Alright, sorry, that's not what I wanted. God! That one specifically, huh, Sora? Under the sea, under the sea. Where are we going? Forward. Simple enough. I feel like it did not do a lot of fighting in this world, and hopefully that will not come back to bite me. I've never seen her played all the way through. It's worth watching through, at least, IMO. Again, it's the one with the most, like, kind of deliberate on-screen murder I can think of, which is neat. And as much as I complain about it, this game is fun and has a good system. It's just not a Kingdom Hearts system, so I always hate going through it when I play the rest of the series. Also, how your day going, Artie? Hope it's well. Nope, well. Wish there were less flying enemies so I could just spam Sonic Blade, though. My other takes to 90 and 14. Ooh, nice. Oh, how many of these do I have? Okay. I can fit some. The fact that you're limited to 99 of those is garbage, IMO. I get it for the Game Boy, why you would limit it to 99. I feel like the PS2 could handle more map cards than that. Stand up on myself. I'm using the boxes of brace yesterday. Nice! So, time with relatives was fun. I need to swap tabs on the Internet Explorer, the Firefox, the browser. Get lethal frame. You know what? Sure. Stop, attack, attack. Alright. Fairly specific. Stop! So that was an experience. Aw, nice. How dare you? Now. Kind of hoping that would hit the big one. Gotcha! Hey. Guarded Trove. Almost done with the world. I can leave. I don't have to deal with a song that has lyrics anymore. I should have healed first. Oh well. It's also not as bad when way deeper in this one. That's because it is. Because while this game takes place after Kingdom Hearts 1 but before 2, by the time they made this version, which is the one with voice acting, it had been a little bit. And a certain someone may have grown a fair bit older, and his voice might not be as low or high as before. Oh. No. Oh shit. Hit the stronger enemy with that. There we go. Yeah. Takes a little getting used to, but at least this time it's not bothering me as much. As I was gonna say before that, speaking of bothering me, the music of this world is not as bad right now, at least. Man, when you're like a lot stronger and you just come back here to grind though, it's every few seconds you just hear the beginning to Under the Sea, and it just melts your brain. Like, at least right now I get a little bit of the combat music. It's just like every 6 seconds or so if you're in-game grinding, you just hear ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. It's like, end me. Explosion! Ooh, big fight. A third wave? Wow. It is a big fight. Fire. Ow. Guess I did kind of jump into that, didn't I? Oh, shit. Oh my god, another one? Wow. I'm starting to wonder if because I have a couple saves that have beaten this game, if that's a little more common than it usually is. I don't remember it popping up that often. Yeah. Oh, I don't want that. Why is that here? You're supposed to need a special room for that. I've deliberately not been making, because I don't like it. Ow. If you at full health, yeah, you're close. Where's the card I'm not gonna use? Oh, I can just cancel. Alright, never mind. Wow, I leveled up again? Jeez. Let me go for that, so that try and get the second heal card. The speed at which I leveled is a little worrying. Wow, 30, huh? Use that and this, because I don't want them. That's a big card. No, that one's actually not bad. We have 3 of those. I'm getting all the other treasure ones now. We'll just do that. take it from me. Out in the sun they slave away. Down here we go play. I don't remember if Ursula has the big cauldron thing in the movie, but it seems specific enough. I assume she does. I'll just kind of skim through this because it's just nonsense and doesn't really matter too much and it's not voiced. And honestly, unless the world changes its story to be about memory to match the theme of this game, I feel like the chain of memory worlds are the most skippable of any of the Disney parts of any of these games. I was keeping an eye out to see if she did, at least in one of the movies. I'll take it. Hell yeah. Tentacles. I do feel like this, like, arena and everything makes a bit more sense than the KH1 one, where it was just some weird void you were fighting her in. I mean, I guess it is the ocean, so you know, but... I should maybe not... it's fine. Does a lot anyway.
Get ready for this! Heal! This won't be pretty!
Ooh, did not deal a lot of damage to her there. Well said, I'm not getting like the Mickey card anywhere. I'm kind of getting robbed. Oh, there it probably is, yeah. Oh, I also took a lot of damage there. Come here, Ariel. Or don't, I'm dealing a lot at this point. Ba ba da da ba 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 da ba. Oh, I thought that was the Mickey card.
This won't be pretty! Fire! Freeze! Heal! Get ready for this!
A Mickey card again. Usually pops up more. Oh, is that it? Nope, another aerial. Wow, a 1, 2, and a 0? Alright, well, those won't be used then. I was gonna do a big aerial combo just to do it, but... Oh, there we go. There we go. That's it. I feel like she hit me pretty hard, so... Yeah, the next actual boss fight might be a bit of a problem. Not that that wasn't a boss fight, but like the important story ones. We did it! We saved Flounder, which was definitely the story of Little Mermaid. When he does, you're gonna get it? Alright, Goofy. Why don't you just say the sea witch stole the trident? She's gonna start making better decisions or something. I don't know. This world's kind of not one of the better ones. I get it, lying's bad. We already did Monstro with Pinocchio.
Yeah.
Still in a dream, Snake Eater. This one's longer. Is it longer because the game gave me a higher jump? Did they really do that to me? Ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-da. Story? Actual story? With voice acting? Hey. Replicate.
Take the hint. I told you to go home.
Not until I rescue you and Namine.
I don't remember ever asking you to rescue me.
Did you forget? Kyrie's there, waiting for us both to come home.
Kyrie's there.
You're the one who
inside
forgot.
me.
I told you at Kingdom Hearts when we closed the door. Take care of Kyrie. Give it up. I'm not going back to the islands. For anything.
It's not just for Kyrie. What about the rest?
You can have those losers. Already forgot.
Damn, harsh.
That's
Also,
enough.
fair. Everyone else on the island, kind of a loser.
What about you, Sora? Do you actually remember what they all look like?
Except for
Of course I
Selfie.
remember.
Selfie's alright. Yes, Sora, who else is on the island? I gave you a hint on one of them. Who's the other two?
Don't feel bad. That's what this castle does to you. After a while. It's good. You forget all the useless stuff and remember for the first time what really matters.
Like your girlfriend, Namine.
I remember
who was always
it,
there.
Sora. I now know the one thing that is most important to me. Protecting Namine. Nothing else matters. Not a thing.
Ah, childhood.
Hey, Riku. I think I'll jog your memory.
Go ahead and try.
God, please tell me I'm strong enough for this fight. These Riku fights are rough. Speaking of weird voids to fight someone in. Oh, I was mashing it too much. I forgot I can't do that. Oh, those are different keyblades. I need to. What has happened? My deck is wrong.
This is it.
That one? That's right. That's what's one of the difficult things about this fight is that he fucking stun locks you. You can't break his card. Something that is, again, more of a problem in this one than the original Game Boy one. Man, I'm glad the math worked out on that one, that my thing was bigger than his thing, because, oh boy, I did not bother counting that. Let's get the health up a little more. I feel like he took me down to half with one combo. I should probably be a little more careful. And I said, bitch.
Too bad, Sora. You can fight me all you want, but I still won't remember a thing.
Come on,
I'm
Riku.
too
Let's quit
stupid
fighting.
for you to
Let's
help
go
me,
help nominate.
said Riku.
Together. Right. So like you.
Do you think,
Sora,
like, I was
you're
gonna
always
say
trying to
adult,
worm
but I
your
guess
way
he
into my
really
heart.
still
Hold
isn't,
on.
but older
When
Riku
did I
can
ever
still
do
do
that?
that? Or is he not
forgot
evil
that
enough to
too?
do the cool darkness
You
suit
never
anymore?
cared. It never mattered to you.
You won't push me away.
I don't know if he's... He might not be evil enough to do it anymore. All these cool combos I'm never gonna do because I have the busted OP one, and that's as much as I care about in this game. There's our girlfriend, Amine, who was always there on the island, and no one else. That's Axel. He likes ice cream. He's gonna kill a man later.
Does it hurt, Namine? Watching your two childhood friends fight, all because of you.
They translated his catchphrase
You have my
correctly this
sympathies
time.
from the heart. But don't waste your time. We nobodies can never hope to be somebodies.
I don't get it. Riku and I, we both want the same thing. Both of us want to help Naminé out. How come we're fighting each other? I mean,
'Cause
Riku and
you're
I have argued
stupid.
about stuff in the past, but
Could be because you care what happens to each other.
I really thought so too. But maybe Riku doesn't.
You can't give up your friends. Come together. Sora, Riku, and... What's her name?
Amine.
It seems our memories are fading mighty fast. Sora, we gotta hurry. I bet Riku will come around if you just talk to him.
You're right. We three were never apart. Me and Riku and Naminé.
Alright. What worlds we got left before the kind of last set? I know we still gotta do Peter Pan. Which I could do... I think it's Peter Pan... Oh, Peter Pan and Hollow Bastion, I think. For this set. Right? Yeah. Alright. I don't remember how much they changed the plot in this one, but I think Peter's kind of in it more, and he's a much bigger asshole, especially to Tink. I think Tink is also a bigger asshole to Wendy, because she's, like, also part of it more. Is she taller than, Jiminy? She might be. I think she is slightly. Good for her. We stand a comparatively tall queen? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Yeah.
I wonder if the big treasure, the big treasure room is decent here or not.
Fire! Fire! Fire!
Oh, I thought it was on the ice at that point.
Heal! Courage!
This one's just fun.
Gotcha!
Whee! Oh, look, another premium room. I just got rid of the last one in the game.
Yeah!
Oh.
Yes!
I need to fix my deck. Here, die. The hell happened that ruined my... ended up ruining my little... Was it just because I swung a couple times? No. Alright, me. Let me see. I need to move you there. That back there. And I need... is that good? Hold on. 13, 22, 12, 21... that should be fine because it just swaps the 14, 21, 12, 21. Yeah, okay. That should be good. All of those... Oh, wait, this one's not good. Oh. Okay, hold on. Which one was higher? It was this one. 15, 21. It's also 21. Alright, those are all different. 22, those are all different. 21, all different. 23, right? 17, yeah, still fine. 11, 20, which I think is enough. 21, 21, okay. There was like a swap, but there doesn't seem to be. Alright. Can I fit 35? No. Okay. Need to take another card boost thing. Can do that, though. So Wishing Star is kind of not great, as is Lady Luck and Pumpkinhead. Honestly, just swapping, actually swapping them probably would have been faster there. For now. Ooh.
Yeah.
So this should be... Just gonna be spamming this to make sure I have enough. They're all set up right. Double check my work. For when like actual bosses I need to spam this for comes up. Nope, I have 2 metal chocobos right next to each other. How did that happen?
This is it.
Oh, I just swapped it in for the Lady Luck. That's what happened. Alright. GG me.
Fire! 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 Freeze! Heal! Yeah! Yeah!
There we go. Alright, back in here. Yeah. It definitely just put two of those right next to each other. Like the goof I am. Could use a crab claw instead. Yeah, let's 34, 30. Alright, that should be good. Double check in the next fight again.
This is it!
Alright. I have a lot of Sonic Blades, so we should be good to just spam next couple bosses.
Freeze!
Oh, if it didn't swap the targeting.
Heal!
We got that high potion. That would be nice to eventually swap like that for an elixir of some kind, so I can also get the magic back.
This is it! Yeah!
There we go. Gooby.
Yeah!
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. A 1, huh? Sure. Haven't been using this card that much. I do need to pop open the treasure room as well to make sure I got the loot for here. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Fire! Fire! Fire!
So maybe swapping out the fires for higher numbered versions at some point would be a terrible idea. Ow! Yeah, they're definitely hurting me. I need more health. juicy experience points. Don't want to miss those now, do I? Guarded trove. Arrow. Glad that that box didn't have anything in it. God, that's why this place is so rough for Riku's story. That's right. These guys' attacks last forever, so if you don't have something to counter it. Need to remember to do this world like first for Riku before their card numbers get higher.
Fire!
Hey. Alright, I know I said just HP, but yeah. I do want that stronger cure, but it would take 2 levels anyway because I changed the other card around for more damage. I don't have any more Kingdom Keys in my deck, which is nice. Also being, I can probably just sell them all at this point, which is very nice. Good dodge on that part, considering I wasn't exactly trying to.
This is it. Fire! 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 Freeze!
Didn't hit one of the other ones.
Heal!
Guys, stop. Blue 2? Waiting for one of them.
This is it.
Oh, this time it hasn't auto-locked on when there's still an enemy. Oh, I so got that. Oh, it's you guys. No.
Fire! 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 Freeze!
Goofy Tornado!
Guilty!
Nothing can stop the Goofy Tornado! Except for, you know, Goofy running out of steam, but that's not something stopping it. That's it stopping itself.
This is it.
Oh, I whiffed. I had waited a second before doing that again.
Yeah.
Moogle. Boggle.
Fire! Fire! Freeze! Heal! Yeah!
So, give me them levels, give me them cards. We need to be a bit stronger for the rest of the game. Well, for the rest of the game, minus the final boss, they did kind of squeenix it and make it so the final boss isn't too hard. I think it was more of a joke in the GBA version, but ooh, that worked out well.
Fire! Freeze! Heal! Yeah! Yeah!
Ooh, good dodge. Have the little air pirates always had skulls on their shoulders? I don't think I've ever noticed that. Bump that health. Moogle point. Yay. I should have seen if that was the big treasure door right there or not. 'Cause if so, I should have opened that first just to see if one of these guys would have dropped another treasure room key. Almighty darkness. Alright, it wasn't. I can live with that. Were you on one? Of course not. Alright. Worth a try. Just plop that in there, because that'll stay. What's in the treasure chest? I've already unlocked the key plate for this world, so... Maybe a slight? Oh, look at that! Teleport!
This is it! This is it!
Oh, darn.
Yeah! Fire! Fire! Fire!
I'm so glad that the
Freeze!
fight arena doesn't have a wall that'll just block that shot. Ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
Yatta! Oh boy, a white room. That garbage. I bet that's the... Oh no, one of those should be the treasure room. It really don't know which. You just do the basic bitch room. You know what? Sure. Yeah, I tried to just wait. Let's see if it would hover close to the ground so I could use it.
Yeah. This is it.
Yeah, I should use it, guys. Well, I had that Trinity limit, but no. I don't think I can get that to, like, the final Castle Oblivion floor.
Yeah.
I also wouldn't have been able to use it there, because I didn't have, you know, Dolan and Gooby, but...
This is it. Yeah. Yeah.
Here.
Yeah.
Oh, give me that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. This is it.
Hey, hit that flying one with that.
This is it. Fire! 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 Freeze! Heal!
Hey, Dolan, you want to be useful?
Tunnel!
Come on, tier 3 magic. Alright, whiffed. Alright, you got one.
Yeah! Ha! Yeah! Ha! Yeah! Ha!
Man, so many things spawning in.
Fire! 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 Freeze! Heal! Yeah! Ha! Yeah!
Oh, that didn't kill you? There we go. Poke.
Ha! Yeah!
And then one more spawn. That should be everyone in here. Haven't leveled in a little bit, I feel like. Well, these have been smaller fights, so I'm still close to leveling. God, that attack just goes forever. And I can't get out of it. Which is basically what I'm abusing with Sonic Blade, but it's not fun when the AI does it.
Yeah.
Oh god, it's ruined all my everything. I didn't think about that when I made this room. I always forget that's a double-edged sword. Well, I should be able to just mash through everything now, but... I always forget that when you use the room that makes all your cards stronger, it makes your cards stronger, and you can't do all the special slights that require them to be certain values. I could spam the shit out of Zontetsuken, but that just breaks one of our cards. It isn't like an instant kill thing in this. Now, granted, if it was an instant kill thing in this, I would be doing it all the time. I would be spamming the shit out of it, and it would be fun. So, of course, that's not how it works. Slowly getting that bigger, thicker health bar. I could strike raid. No, still wasn't bad. Zontetsuken! It still does damage. Spamming strike rate might not be bad in here. Still a fairly strong slight. Strong enough to kill those shadows. Still doesn't hit things in the air. Cool. It does, like, actually stun them. As in the status effect of stun, not just stun lock, like, fucking... The dashy move I've been spamming does. With Sonic Blade. Come on, Gooby. I don't know what I'm doing. Having one of those dumb moments where the thing I planned for isn't working, so instead of like trying to come up with another plan, I'm just like fumbling around.
Fire! 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 Freeze! Heal!
Kinda wanna just spam Goofy, but it's not worth it for one guy. It would take way too long. Didn't quite get far enough around for that. Experience before it goes away. Shit. I lost some experience there. I'll never financially recover from this.
Back off. This is it.
Alright, 2 of them don't even kill these little yellow guys, so fuck
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I need to stop using it. It's not as strong as I'm thinking. Sonic Blade would kill them if they were closer to the ground.
Fire. Fire. Freeze. Heal. There. Yeah, yeah. 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 Goofy.
Nothing can stop the Gooby Tornado. Not even the end of the fight. Go. What's in here? Oh, that's where I needed to go. I didn't want where I needed to go. I wanted the treasure. Which means that's the other one. Ugh. Oh, the room's starting to look the same. Sorry, that's been the entire damn game. Shut your mouth. It's a very large pirate ship. Might have ruffled her feathers, Donald. She doesn't have feathers. She's got, like, little bug wings. Stay back, pirates. This will be the last fight you pick. Oh, bring it, Peter. Think I'm scared of you? Why are we here, Sora? How am I supposed to know Donald? Lost on your own ship? Plus you're dressed funny. Says you. In the tights. Calm down, Robin Hood. Sorry, you didn't notice that with all the Jolly Roger flags around? Which is also apparently the name of the ship. It's time to spring my plan. So, pirates on watch though. Sent Tink to look for a way around. All she found was you. I'll make a big enough racket we can distract the pirates. I miss when the Disney worlds at least went with, like, the memory theme to keep it on point for the game. Alright, where have you sent me now? What room am I in? Alright, you actually put me back where I needed to be. Going for that treasure room, though. I don't know if I have enough, like, Moogle points to make making a Moogle room worth it. 1,030, not really. I do have 7 lasting days. Apparently found the captain's quarters. And I'm all sleeping like a baby. I don't care enough to fight them. I don't think so. So I want the left door, which is this one. Probably should fight them. I do need more experience. Oh, take that.
This is it.
Just one of those things where it's like, God help me if I get like close to the end of the game and there's just some boss where it's like one combo and you're dead. God. Like that.
Fire.
It's one of those things where it's such a double-edged sword, the stun lock. So it was way easier to break out of in the Game Boy one, where like stun locking wasn't really a thing. You could just always play a card, whether you're in the middle of getting hit or not, but in this one, you can't. But neither can the enemies, which is why Sonic Blade's so good in this. Because it's just constantly hitting them, so they can't card break you out of it most of the time. But at the same time, then you have times like that pirate where, you know.
Fire. Fire.
Where I can't card break out of something.
Fire. Freeze. Heal.
Oh yeah, I've got a Peter Pan card I can use if I want. I'm not sure. What you got, Peter? Wow, I hate it. Garbage. Aladdin was still the best world-specific summon because he made the enemies drop money when he hit them. Trying to think of everyone else. I think Ariel might be the next best just because she actually does like a good amount of damage. Oh, look, another little shadow card. Which makes our second enemy card from this floor. Not a small amount of grinding to get 2 of those. Oh! My other monitor shut off finally. I feel like the amount of time it does that varies. It's definitely not based off of how long ago I used the mouse. Maybe I specifically have to mouse over it to keep it awake? Might be. You know what, real quick, let's just heal. No, I didn't bring it back out. Hold on. Donald will probably heal me. No, the one time you don't, you prick. Of course. Classic Donald. I think I want one more health thing, and then I'm kind of going on spamming that. Then it's working on more card points so I can have a strong enough healing spell to fully heal me. That was not the right slide. That's that room. Okay. I think I'm gonna get to the treasure room and then we'll kill all the enemies on the way back. Minus whatever I happen to bump into on my way there. Again, that way, just maximizing the chance to find another one of those. Still trying to do an even number of various colors. Treasure room. A blue too, you say? Treasure! Alright, what's in here?
Yeah.
Again, I do not have the list open of what each, like, big reward room has anymore. I just remember Destiny Island, I think, has the Mega Elixir in it. And that's, like, the only way to unlock it, so we definitely want that. Oh, Thunder Raid. Won't use that. Something better, perhaps? Ooh. Alright. It's a Keyblade. A cool looking one, too. Crazy that this game has, like, as far as I know, like, unique Keyblades that aren't in any other game. C+ attack, that's not bad. Powerful Thrust. And a thrust is a move you only do if you're far away from the enemies. So, you know, that's nice and easy to keep track of. You know, I don't know if the cards I used to make, Sonic Blade affected damage or not. I don't know if I googled it, if online would have an answer either. Did I immediately get one? Oh, I thought I saw gold for a second. Like, there's no way I already got one of those. No, Gooby Smash!
Whoa!
Yeah.
I guess the second hit's a thrust. It's something you can manage to plan around. 2 stops. And them being a 0, which may or may not be good. Depends on how long it takes to cast. And also whether, if anyone breaks it, if it cancels the effect fully. Well, that was the whole fight. Nice and simple. I might even say that fight was simple and clean. Give me that experience. Almost said health. God, already got one. Alright. That has to be upgraded because I beat the game on this save. I have a save game file that has beaten the game. That is a million times faster than I remember it being. Like, again, I don't remember it being incredibly rare. But I'm getting it within, like, 5 fights of using it. It did not have a base 20% drop rate. There's no way. I spent way too long getting enough to get all the rooms unlocked. And I know you get stuff for having a beaten save game file in this game, so... I know the game keeps track for things. Fortunately, that also means we should be able to just get Ultima when we get to the final floor, and that's neat. I don't even think it's in, like, that big fancy treasure room. I think if I just make a regular treasure room, I have at least a chance of getting it. Or just from, like, the random breakables on that floor. God, does that mean this game has, like, the biggest incentive for replaying it out of all the Kingdom Hearts games until 3, where they finally added in New Game Plus? I think it is. I don't think any other Kingdom Hearts game has a benefit to having, like, a beaten save file done and then starting up a new game. So I guess good for Chain of Memories. Let's get a premium card thing dropping for some reason. Get out of here. Although, again, there'd be some benefits to making some of these cards premium, because I'm actually using slights. I still don't want to. At this point, it's like a principle thing. God, every time I'm hit there, I am mashing the X button to try and use a card to break out of it, and it just doesn't do it. I am just stun locked for that. Okay, yeah, definitely need that back here. I think I said I'd do one more healing though. Oops, he lived. Oh, 53 experience to level? Damn you, game. It's like less than a single enemy. Alright, my apologies. It's less than a big enemy. I think that experience behind me despawned. Okay, 290 health. I have some vague memory telling me that I can beat the game at around 300 health, so we'll see. It's one of those things where seeing the number 290 unlocks something in my brain where I'm like, that's enough health to beat the game. Now, the problem is, even assuming that crazy random memory I may or may not have is correct, I don't know if that's for Sora's story or not, or if that's like Riku. I guess we'll see. But for now, I'm just gonna go back to making my deck bigger. Because, well, knowing how to use your deck is definitely the most important thing. Size does still help. Oh, I tried to jump, but it didn't register. It's also funny, I'm making the knowing how to use it joke when I feel like I'm doing the game equivalent of just constantly pounding as hard as possible. It's not a good strat. But it's working so far. I jumped over it. Nope. I was off a card at some point.
Fire! 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 Freeze!
I was hoping to get that one off to the side as well, but oh well. Hey Dolan, you feel like being useful? Nope. Wow, look at that, Dolan. You actually almost got the rest of them. I don't think he would have killed because this guy was at full health, but if he didn't wander over to the side, that lightning would have hit both. Dolan actually trying today. Look at him go. Meanwhile, back to the plot. And let's just do this and get the free pack. I feel like I've done a lot of the fighting.
Yeah.
Oh, give me that. I think Fairy Harp's a good damaging Keyblade. Funny how somehow in the 3D version of it... Oh, I could have looked right there. Somehow in the 3D version of this game, the reach of each Keyblade matters way less than the 2D one. It's a C+. It's not bad. It's definitely not the worst right now. Actually, C+ is the highest except for, what is the Metal Chocobo at a B. Which is very disappointing to see. I want at least a 5 if I bother trying to use Thunder. Yeah, let's just get rid of those zeros. I don't trust any of the spells to have a fast enough casting time that won't just be immediately broken by whatever enemy I try to use it on. Same with the zero on the items, because I think if the items get broken, they don't come back. Unlike the regular cards. Use of magic cards to power up summon cards. Oh, interesting. I'll take one Keyblade pack, just see what happens. I will sell all those except for the Metal Chocobo 6. I think. I don't know, we'll keep... Oh, I think the Fairy Heart was a premium, though. Yeah, this Keyblade looks cool. I don't think it ever pops up again. It looks kind of like... It looks like the Keyblade I feel like Zaldin would have. But... Zaldin. Do I care to fight? Let's use one of the... no, I don't have a good number for that. Use one of these. Although I think there was a lot of fighting in this one, so... Now, well, the door's right there, so... I'll fight to the door, then I'll kind of try to run by for the chest in here. Getting a little tired of just all these little fights. All this grinding. Like Layden, it's one of the problems with Sora's story in this is that you don't get stronger in the same way as pretty much every RPG, but like I'm still strong enough that like this fight is easy. I don't have to try to win this fight. So it's like, it's not challenging or interesting, but at the same time I'm not like strong enough that I can just, well, I'm probably strong enough that just mashing X will get through this, but I don't like deal a ton of damage. Like some of my combos don't even take out these little guys. Well, I get that they're kind of at least somewhat scaled to this world. Some are also just like the beginning game enemies, and they don't feel stronger. It feels like I just haven't gotten stronger. It just makes the end game fights feel tedious, but you still need to do them for experience, so you can actually do well against the bosses. Even that's not entirely true, because in this version you can hit stun lock things. So a lot of the late game bosses are easier because of that. Like, honestly, I'm at the point where I would not be surprised if I could just beat the rest of the bosses and beat the game at this point. If I'm wrong, the grinding will be very annoying to do if I don't try and do at least some of it now. Wow, Fire 3. The game is not good at giving rewards. It's also just really part of the problem. That's actually perfect. And like the in Disney World stories are probably the majority of them are just rehashes of either the movie again or the first game or both. I will say, I think this is the only time we really get to like the actual story of Peter Pan in any of these games, but Only I don't... Was it a point in Peter Pan where, like, Peter abandons her and her brothers because she wants to go back? I don't think it was. Though, again, been a little bit since I've seen Peter Pan. Alright, so if it's kind, it'll put me close to the starting area like usual. Of course not. It only does that when it makes my walk longer. Which means it's probably on purpose, and that makes me upsetty. Okay. Actually... Yeah, that was about as far away as the beginning. Let's go! Finally made it out. Hello, Captain Hook. Not finished talking yet. One step ahead of you. I've somehow brought her out here. I say in a voice that's almost Eggman-y. Sonic! Didn't go pirate enough, I think. But the voice itself was definitely closer to Eggman than I think Hook. That's why I didn't bother going more pirate-y. The Sun Comedy definitely clashes with like the tense Chain of Memories music that was played. Alright, if I remember right, once again, Hook is actually like a surprisingly tough boss. I have Sonic Blade, so I think I'm good. Oh, but he has like some shit that makes everything 0s and 9s, doesn't he? Oops. Hold on. Nope, that's strike red. I don't want that. This'll work. Yo, sweet zoom in on his dick. Didn't need your help at all. Well, I guess you grabbed Wendy, but I don't really care about her. She's not real, but we've forgotten that. You know, it happens. I'd make some snarky remark about how, even though this is our memories, the The story that's playing out is very different than Kingdom Hearts 1, but that was kind of like a big thing, is that your memories start lying to you. Oh, look at that. Memories, even important ones, don't come back to us whenever we want them to, but that doesn't mean they're gone. More like they're sleeping. We managed to tie it back in on this one. We did it. Yeah, memory stuff. We care about each other in our hearts and something else, you know. The saddest part of the story is that Wendy is delusional enough that she thinks London's a good place to live. Poor girl. I feel like a lot of effort was put into that shot when they could have just, like, gone above the camera angle and disappeared. Mike targeted the party. Nah, you're good. How you doing, Russ? Hope your night's been good. And then a Moogle just falls from the sky. I forgot about that. Wow, a 2 thunder. That was basically just as good as from that one treasure chest I opened that had the 3 fire. Makes you wonder what's even the point to opening those, to getting those treasure chests when they just have garbage in them. Alright. Actually, hold on. Just because this game's kind of fucky. I doubt it'll matter, but I have a feeling if I saved before those Moogle points hit me, I would not have them if I loaded this save, so... God, level 41? Crazy. And then voice acting.
Where'd Riku go?
Guess he must have finally got tired of fighting with you.
I sure hope so.
Well then, no boss fight. Thought we'd have one. 4 to 11, so I get to sleep in a bit, have more energy when I don't have to work. Fair.
So what's going on, Vexen?
Glad your little early days been treating you well.
Your Riku was supposed to counter Sora. What's he waiting for? Where is he?
He's hiding somewhere to lure Sora deeper into the castle, right? I suppose we should just leave it at that, you know.
Aha! Oh, I see now. I would have never guessed that. So sorry, Vexen.
Silence!
Predictable response.
3 of the snarkiest
Men
bitches in
without
the
hearts are
organization
so
at the
boring.
castle,
You're
all at
one to
once.
talk. As
Larxene,
if you
Axel,
have
and
such a heart
Marluxia.
to speak of yourself.
That's enough.
Marluxia.
Is it Larxene that wanted Roxas to set her on fire, or Marluxia? I
Vexen.
don't remember.
The simple fact is that your project was a failure.
So what an extra
You'd best
bitch
not
with the rose
disappoint us
petals
again.
flipping the hood back. So
Disappoint
jealous.
you? You go too far. In this organization, you're number 11. I'm number 4, and I will not have you!
I've been entrusted this castle in Namine by our leader. Defying me will be seen as treason against the organization.
Traitors are eliminated. I believe that's what the rules say.
Who needs a half-baked good-for-nothing anyway?
Also, the amount of people that were
Vexen,
surprised
you
when
cannot
this
win
version came
against
out,
Sora.
both on how you pronounced Marluxia's name
Pity
and
to
that he
be
was
so
a guy.
ignorant. As you're only
Decently
able to see
high.
the surface of things, I should not expect you to appreciate my true might.
Oh? Then let us watch as you prove it.
What?
None of us wish to be suspicious of a comrade.
Your insincerity is comforting.
You give a challenge like that to Vexen and he'll seriously want to eliminate Sora.
That would be
I
an
think
unfortunate
the
day
Game Boy
tomorrow.
version, it looked more like Marluxia had lipstick on as well, but I could be just misremembering that. At least like lip gloss.
What to do? Your hero is soon to be wiped from existence. But I believe
I think his hair was
there's
like a
certain
brighter
promise
pink.
that he made you. Isn't that right?
Did they like tone down how femme he looked from the original?
Yes.
Wow, the top floor. We've got enough pretty eyes.
And that must mean we've lost 10 whole floors worth of our memories. Sora, it's still not too late. Don't you think we should turn back?
Can't do it.
My monitor is a little
that would break
orangey
an old
now
promise
because it is
that I
past
made.
5 p.m., so I
An
have
old
trouble telling
promise?
what color it is.
What would that be?
On the islands, I promised Naminé that I'd keep her safe, no matter what.
Okay. Might have been
I
misremembering.
forgot it.
Still not sure about the pink. Maybe in later games
I
his
didn't
hair is just
remember
more
until
pink.
I started forgetting everything else. A promise between the two of us. That's why I can't leave.
Parts of his
Now that I
outfit
remember the
look
promise,
low res compared to
I
the
have to
rest of the
keep it.
outfit. Wonder if they just
Of
used
course.
his like walking around model
We
and just
understand,
zoomed in on
sorry.
it for the cutscene. Those parts are just usually lower. No, I feel like his outfit's better in this, so. But, well, actually no, that does make sense because the cutscenes would probably be pre-rendered. They're probably from like the original or stretched from the original, whereas they did probably update the models in this collection for like the out thing. That's probably why all the cutscenes don't look great, is because they're just like older and grosser than the in-game models. It had kind of been bothering me, but I didn't really say a lot, but now that I think about it, you know. I think something's wrong. They did have to change the entire plot line of this world, because without Riku and Ansem, there wouldn't be one. Beast. Didn't ask you to come. Doesn't matter anyway, I'm not going back with you. You're wasting your time. Can you stay here with that witch? God. Out of that context, it sounds like Belle is leaving him for Maleficent, which, you know. Wouldn't exactly blame her. Keep your sympathy. No one could ever care for a beast like me. Yeah, you're alright, Beast. When the time comes, you should stay as a beast. You look better. Throwing it out there. I know you hate the current form. I guess go with the way that makes you happy. I, of all people, should not really be saying otherwise. Oh, I forgot I gotta hit those. I was hitting triangle like an idiot. Like someone who was playing Kingdom Hearts 1 and not Chain of Memories. Oh god, you guys. Forgot you're here. But hey, he's not dealing with the Game Boy Sprite version of them. That's just the worst. Again, they can turn on the goddamn dawning. And because it's 2D, like, they, you know, they face left or right, and you can't hit them from left or right. I'm starting to get annoyed with all this. God, I feel like at this point we're really starting to hit the I wish this game let you just level your damage. Like every other RPG-ish game. Come down a little bit, please.
Donald!
You tried, Goofy. Donald didn't try, though. Damn you, Donald. Oh, this floor is gonna be a slog. I even did all that grinding and there wasn't even a Riku boss at the end of that floor. Now I look like a fool. Plus, I do believe Sonic Blade busts through that guy's shield, so... Quick, grab the experience before it disappears. There's always something with this game.
Fire! Free! Heal! Yeah! Yeah!
Woo! I feel like I'm not even gaining like an immense amount of experience for all this. Or just trying to break everything here in case it's got like a good card or something. Don't hit the door, stupid. And I believe that's the treasure, so on ahead left. Speaking of treasure. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
Yeah!
Reflect Raid. We still want this door? Could just Moogle it. Is this also the first game with these little guys?
This is it!
Game introduced more Heartless than I thought. Again, good for it. It's like this game in general is better than I tend to give it credit for, but it just has a few annoying things that I definitely am not a fan of.
Fire! Freeze! Heal!
And pretty much all of it has to deal with damage.
Yeah!
Oh, it spawned in me! That's not fair. It'll be better when I play Riku's story, though, because, hey, guess what? He can level his damage. Only one of these are real. Hey, Divine Rose.
Yeah.
Wow, an 8 Divine Rose. Divine Rose should have, beefy attack as well. Oh god, I've got the limit of map cards again. Oh, I apparently have 47 red cards. Alright. Start get rid of some of the zeros from them then. Keep one of those. I have just a ton of, a bunch of this. Good amount of those, but they're not too bad. Got a bunch of the black rooms as well. You guys just give treasure cards, right? That's your whole thing? Yes. Okay. Was just making sure.
Yeah.
Excuse me, friends. Oh, sorry. No, that would zap you. It's kind of just smacking things. Ouchie. Did forget that they would all aggro hard on me. As that is the entire purpose of this room.
Fire! Fire! Fire!
Oh.
Heal!
Got another black room. Alright. You can't get me, little guy. There we go. Alright. Something equal to a 3. Fantastic. Something equal to a 7. Have that in the roulette. Oh, this one's better. Treasure! I'm getting nothing from those. Rough. Yep. Mushu! And Zigbar. What's Zigbar do? Powers up missile attacks. Of which I have so many. Question mark. need to go back to the last fork in the road. Hit you.
This is it. This is it.
I got one immediately. All right, that has to be boosted for beating both games. Which is something I don't think I knew when I was grinding that out originally. Not that it mattered the most, because I'm sure I was also grinding experience and levels, but...
Fire! Fire! Freeze! Heal! Yeah! Ha! Yeah! Yeah! Ha!
A little shadow card again. Shame I didn't beat the shield guy or the sorcerer first. God. I should not have used this card for this room.
This is it. Yeah.
At least they aren't immune during that in this game.
Fire! Fire! Freeze! Heal!
Whew. Hey, got their card. This way. Just gonna Moogle it. Kinda low on Moogle cards though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. Shoot. Is that a great way to work? God, I can only imagine. What we get? Alright, 8. Divine Rose. Divine Rose only has a C+. Ah, this game. The only... I've had C pluses since, I think, the first or second world we went to. And believe it or not, the enemies in this world are a lot stronger. They just won't give me anything better. The only B damage one was from Olympus Coliseum, which I went back to with one of those treasure rooms. Specifically so I could get a decent damaging Keyblade. What's more annoying is I know the newer Keyblades do more damage, but they're still rated the same because this game's dumb. Oh, 0 Elixir. God, that's dangerous. I'll get these and then move on. Well, sell my stuff, then move on. I'll stop buying. How about that? It's a shame I can't make the Sonic Blade Slight out of the same 3 Keyblades, otherwise I would just only use Metal Chocobo. Or I'd use as much of it as I could, you know. Game wouldn't give me enough for me to only use it. Honestly, I should be selling the 5s just because I can't use them in that... Well, I can. I would need, what, at least 2 8s? Yeah, at least 2 8s, but I could use them. Speaking of 2 8s. Again, I am spamming just the slight, so... What's this do? Stops the reload counter from counting reloads. Oh. Probably only works a certain number of times, but that's still a good one. Alright, so the ones to replace are Wishing Star, Lady Luck, Pumpkinhead. Those ones. Do I have a C+9? I do. I know I said I would go for a more heals, but oh well. Do I have another C+9? No, so that one stays. Although, hold on. That's 14. I need at least 21, so if I have even a 7 would work. Hey. Right? Yeah, that's 21. That's probably the best I'm gonna get. Wait. It's only 20. Do I only need 20 for my slight? Oh, yep, I do. Look at that. $32, $21. Alright, I haven't enough points to swap you out yet. For a 6, 30, 20. Still 10 more, so now. Damn it. How much does that elixir cost as well? 81. Ugh. Blue card and then below a 3. That one. There we go. Were you kidnapped too? Don't really want to be here, which forced me to come here. No one to talk to, books are all I have to ease my loneliness. I missed him so much. Can't let him see how I really feel. Just that. She's coming, hide quick. On top of on the bookshelf, she won't look high enough. I have to come and save you. Why do you reject him? Ask for his help. You know very well why. Make you beg for his help. So she isn't just a witch, she's also a fairy. Oh god, why here? Damn you, game. The way you do things makes no sense. God, I bet I have to go there for there, and then there for there. I know I've been skipping some fights here, but I've also still only barely leveled up from anything here, so I'm just gonna move on. Of course, that spot's a dead end, so this might be as well. Thought I cleared it here out. Oh, game robbed me. I even waited so that it would be low enough I could hit it with Sonic Blade, and you do that to me?
Fire! Freeze!
Oh, hey, there's a level up, right when I complain about it. Another wyvern. Give me them card points. Now, something this game could have done that would have definitely made me like it more is if you beat the game, it could have unlocked like a cool beginner mode where you can go through the game without like any cost to your deck, or like a cheaty mode. So you can just make whatever deck you want. That doesn't exist, of course, but... We are close to the end of it, though, which is nice. Because, there's this world. The next world, which I think is a little smaller than a full world, but it's close, I think. But I think it's smaller, and it's, like, more linear. The world after that, which is definitely a lot smaller than, like, a full world. Because it's like a hinty tease. It's not as nice as a minty tease. And then it's the final world, which is just like a Castle Oblivion form. That one's kind of long, but that's like the last like kind of long one left. So I think besides it, all the other worlds are just, you know, smaller. Also, this was a dead end. God damn it. If only I could have seen that from the map. So we'll have to go all the way around the corner to get to the other story room then. Oh, please. Already thought of it.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. A 3.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess technically there are, like, slights that you have to have a lower number for, but I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be worse than the higher level slights, so, like, why am I supposed to want them? Come running the moment he hears her cries. Unless we're here. Maleficent. Shrieks of terror. Come right to me. Don't trouble yourself, said Beast. If I want to see your face again. Oh, look! It's the kind, heartwarming bits of Beauty and the Beast, only in Anime Castle with Maleficent. It's so beautiful a heart calls for a change of plan. Beast, I shall claim your heart instead of Belle's.
Submit!
So much for the change of plan. Belle's heart it is after all. Cold words spoke little of her true feelings. I do also like Maleficent's teleport, though, with just the green fire. Or she just kind of burns and then is gone. And then you put me here, so I just have to walk back. I take it back. This game's garbage. I hate it. There's too many just little annoying things every time. It doesn't even respawn the Heartless if you fully clear out the room. So there's literally no point for it not to put you back where you were, but it still does. No, I want the Mushu card. I want left. What? I hit the wall behind me somehow. Can't go up there. To go all the way over here to hit this, so platform pops down. That spot right there has a bouncy pad back up, but I don't see a way to that bouncy pad. Oh, it confused me. I wasn't even looking.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, fire! Fire!
have my platform, please? Low on green cards.
Yeah.
Get those now.
Yeah.
Oh, I did it too fast and it was like in the air over it. That one just didn't lock on. You even get the roulette thing. That's like the whole point of this room. I don't want to smack everything, see if I can get some Google points or something. Damn it. Them fat Moogle balls. I need them. Zap. Alright, Maleficent. Here to beat your big scaly butt. Hopefully. Magic requires hearts of utmost beauty. Perfect. Deep in her heart, her love for you shone with uncommon radiance. Guess my plans. By denying her love for you, she put her heart beyond my reach. Right, how she really felt. I think it was out of kindness. Did it to erase your doubts. Your heart is beginning to shine with love for Belle. She'll have your heart too, monster. Now, fortunately, we skipped phase 1. I believe she immediately goes dragon. Right? Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think I can just Sonic Blade the shit out of her. Unless I have this. Oh, lost that. Thank God you aren't immune to fire. Take that. I'm stun locked. No, get on the platform. Come here, Dolan. Alright, I'm sure that did something. Unlike Donald.
Fire! Freeze!
Should have actually put the freeze card up front there. Oh, that's unfortunate. There we go. Just bumping it on the nose like that. And then Belle comes back, because we defeated the evil witch fairy. Couldn't hide her true feelings. That's adorable. So the other nice part is that from now on, every cutscene should actually be fairly story important, which is nice, instead of fluff like this. I don't know why I'm bothering grabbing the health when I'm going to stand on the save point, and that should heal me. Watch, it doesn't heal me in this game for some godforsaken reason. Oh wow, it also, like, immediately heals instead of the slow one of the other games. That's actually nice. Who could be here? There's that sweet teleport.
Who are you?
Oh, it's Vexen.
I am Vexen. I have
thinking it
come
was
to
gonna be
collect
Riku.
your debt, Sora.
Did we really only fight Riku once? I felt like you fought him every time except for once.
Oh, but you
Apparently I had that backwards.
You owe me for reuniting you with your former friend.
You don't mean...
Indeed I do.
Can you believe this is
I'm
one
the
of,
one
like,
who brought
2
Riku
games
to
where
you.
Vexen was voiced in the entire series?
You're the one You're the one who's been controlling him. What have you done with him?
Because Days doesn't
I
have
see
voice
no
acting.
need to
He
give
might
you
have had like
information
2
about
lines
where
at Birth
Riku
by
is.
Sleep.
After all,
I don't think he has any lines in Dream Drop, and then it's just
why
3.
trouble you in your final hour?
I think Sonic Blade goes through his shield, but we're gonna find out.
Here you go.
Yeah, it does. Ooh, he's got like high defense. He actually got a 0 out. That's not good. And implies other people will be able to.
I've had enough of this.
Fire!
And now you're weak to that, though.
Heal!
I shall freeze you. Here you go.
And of course, the game is giving me Donald cards, where Donald's just gonna, like, immediately... Oh, wait, hold on. That,
I've had enough of this. Take this.
that.
Taste this. Here it is. You are just an experiment.
Oh, that's too high. That.
You're pushing it.
This is it! Fire! Heal!
Got it.
Had enough of this.
Ooh. Oh, I do have a 0. I want the good
Taste
tornado.
this.
There we go. Alright, we'll get it.
You imbecile.
This is it!
You don't know a thing.
Got him! Whew. Give me more of that.
As I expected, you weren't one to die very easily.
As expected,
As
you
if I'd
kicked
ever
my
lose
ass.
to you.
I wouldn't be so sure. Did you even notice? I was delving deep into your memory as we fought. And here, look what I found. A card crafted from all the memories that
Oh,
are
we go
locked in
here
the
first.
other side of your
You know,
heart.
earlier on, I was like, I thought we go here first, but then I was like, I don't think that makes sense for the story.
Wait!
Should have trusted my first reaction.
Memories. In the other side?
Freeze. Twilight Town. Alright, it's a good thing I leveled up my health, because I'm at half, so. Meanwhile, at the League of Villains...
If Sora disappears, that would mess up the organization's plans.
I trust that you know what you need to do.
Haven't a clue, really. Maybe you could spell it out for me.
Vexen has clearly committed a treasonous act against the organization. You must eliminate the traitor.
No taking that back later.
A card made out of memories from the other side of your heart? I wonder what it does.
We'll find out soon
It goes
enough.
to the sideways place. Come
It's
on,
the
Jimmy.
only one we have left.
Keep up.
No other way to move forward.
Alright, so this one is definitely smaller than usual worlds. It leads me to believe that Destiny Island will be. Twilight Town. Ba ba da ba da, bum bum da ba, bum 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 bum. It's also funny because while Twilight Town did first appear in this game, this area was not there, if I remember right, because it was all the in-world spots in Chain of Memories are like super generic for that world. Not like any specific places most of the time. So I don't think there were like any noticeable landmarks for Twilight Town. It was just some vague place they had only kind of came up with. Definitely don't remember this. I'd have forgotten this town, just like the other stuff. Our memories are practically gone. We'll be okay. See, look at this. It's the charm my girlfriend Namine gave to me. And definitely not anything else. Here's a special memory I'm gonna say for the first time, which is totally real. It's a meteor shower. She was scared that a shooting star would hit the island. I said, if one comes this way, I'll hit it right back. I had the toy sword I always had, because I had to beat the shit out of Riku at a moment's notice. Loses his shoe, Cinderella-like. Interesting. Sorry, I'm so sorry. All this is because of me. That's weird. She didn't say that in a memory of back then. But she did say she had it ever since she was a baby. I'll bring you good luck. I'll keep you safe. Then one day she left, and I forgot about her. Which kind of makes me seem like the asshole, don't I? Man, it's crazy one day Scrooge buys out the armor store and opens a bistro there. You know, he just played the music because of the bell tower, but... in the other games, does the bell tower ever ring? Is that the only time you hear the Twilight Town bell tower bell? God. It's amazing what little details you pick up when you play through this series 80,000 times like I have. You know, starting wondering when you first hear the bell of the bell tower. Have we ran into the soldiers at all this game? Is this the first time they showed up? These super easy early Heartless. At least they're the right color now. Right, they're like brown in Kingdom Hearts 1 Final Mix. You know, they're blue and red in every single one. I think we're blue and red in the original, and they just changed it for some reason.
Fire! Fire!
Ba, ba, ba.
Freeze!
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, there's only one story spot in this entire world. God, it is a lot smaller.
This is it.
I think the final floor is kind of like that too, but there's like a very long hallway between the story spots.
This is it.
Oh, my experience.
Fire! 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 Freeze! There! Goofy! Donald!
Please kill it, Donald. Thank you. Alright.
Yeah!
God, this...
Fire! Fire!
That was an annoying fight. They just kept ducking every time.
Yeah! Yeah!
¿Dónde está la door? Oh. All the way down here.
Yeah! 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 Ha! This is it! Fire! Freeze!
Oh, well, I didn't think you gentlemen would show up now, did I?
Ha! 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 This is it! Ha!
Woo. Alright, that's a couple levels. Should be able to put something good in now, please. Alright. It's a C at an 8. Can extend U for that. C9. Do I not have a single C plus card at 9? God damn it. Alright. 7. 8 is also fine. Alright, so it's just the 9 I'm stuck with. Oh, and that. Don't suppose I have another 0 there? No. Alright, that works, that works. Might actually kind of be best there. Okay, I could throw in more ice. Or I could try and get... Definitely can't afford that. 64. 72. Ugh. Throw... Oh, I can't throw it on an Oogie. Or Maleficent. Can't throw on that either. Well, I guess I will just wait then. Do need to throw down a, one of the old... So that's the door I want to go through. So before I forget, let me just go ahead and do this. But do I instantly change rooms when I do that? I don't... I do. One of those things where I don't know if I've ever paid enough attention. Well, I guess since I've already got this open, is this the treasure? It is. Oh god. A blue 8. Do I have that? Is there one I think I'd rather use? This. A red one. We have the Looming Darkness with that. And then 20 of the green. Yikes. No. Actually, I already got it. 20 is not as bad as I thought. Oops. Oh, I probably... Silly me. Bum, 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 bum. God, no Moogle points? Damn it. Stardust, Blitz. Just Donald and Fire. Not even a third card. Oh, and the Roxas card. Who? Never heard of him. Well, what's he do? That angry-looking fella. Doubles the damage dealt by an attack card? Holy shit. Alright. Well, if he didn't take all of my broom, I could probably put him on. Would that work for the spikes, though, or just regular beating the shit out of someone? The wall. I am the wall beneath the. Just want to get a little extra experience from here. Oh, that was a pure card I would have liked.
Yeah. Yeah. This is it. Yeah.
God, I don't know if I'm gonna beat the game tonight. Or Sora's story of it, at least. That is quite upsetting. I don't even feel like I'm doing that much fights for each floor either. A 3-kingdom key this far in. Odd. You can't at least give me like a half-decent Keyblade? You give me literally the worst one? This game, I swear. Ooh, the super card pack. Please give. There's some good cards. There's a C+9. 5 Elixir. Yeah, I wonder how expensive just that 5 Elixir is. It's dangerous to use a card that's kind of just that number, especially in a boss fight, which is where I would use it. Only 61 though, that's a lot more doable. That would also let me use the magic slides more as well. Yeah. That would open up a lot of things for me. Real quick, I'm gonna just do a couple more treasures, if I can, jeez. Just to see if there's a Keyblade here that I may or may not have. Still Midnight Roar, Olympia. But yeah, I can also try and swap out, unless I already did, forgetting. You for, yeah, I have you. So try and make sure I have all those in the middle, just because that's like my thrust attack and it's supposed to have a higher thrust damage. Alright, I think if there's a unique Keyblade for this floor, it will give me it in this chest, but... Nope. Wow, a 1 cure? Go to hell, game. I use a specific card so that I can get a treasure chest, and you give me the worst healing spell? It's only worth 11. What was in that chest was 11 Moogle Planks, which is less than I can get from just smacking something. Meanwhile, at Cutscene Town... Oh, one of my favorite cutscenes for this game. We're finally here. That thing I've mentioned a lot throughout the game. It's finally happening.
What's wrong?
Something feels really strange. I'm sure I don't know this place.
I feel like I have a deeper voice than I should at this point in time.
You must have come here sometime before.
No, and that's what's strange.
It could be like with Nominee. You forgot lots of other stuff, and that's why you remember this place now.
No, it's different. With Nominee, my memories sort of came drifting back to me, a little piece at a time. But not now. It's not memories, just this idea that I must have been here before.
So, feeling nostalgic?
Sloom.
Sora, a question then for you. Your memories of Nominee or your feelings here? Which of the two of these is more real, I wonder?
Nominee, of course. Whatever it is that I'm feeling, I bet it's just another one of your mean little tricks.
It is kind of a mean
the
trick,
memory's
but you know.
wiles can be cruel. In its silence, we forget. In its obsession, it binds our hearts.
With a chain? Some sort of memory chain?
I told you. This place was created solely from another side of your memory.
Another side, another story.
It is
get
on
it?
the other side of your heart that the memory of this place exists.
The special cutscene at the end of the
It
first
is
game.
your heart that remembers.
You're wrong. I don't know this place.
If you remain bound by the chain of memories and refuse to believe what is truly found inside your heart, then throw it away. You are not a Keyblade master, just a slave to twisted memories. Yes, exactly like my Riku. Your existence is worth nothing!
Like your Riku? Worth nothing? That's enough! You're the one who changed Riku! Every word you've said is a lie! I'd never throw away my heart! I'm gonna take you down.
I mean, you have
Riku
thrown
and
away your heart
Nominee.
once. It was to save Nominee. Remember at the end of last
What's in
game?
my heart?
Here you go.
This is it. This is it. This is it.
So if all goes well, this is just going to be the rest of the game for us. Is doing this. A varying amount of times until every fight's over. The way the game was truly meant to be played. Although maybe we could get a little silly with it. No, that's not what I want. Hold on. Hold on, I'm getting silly with it.
Taste this power. Come on.
Oh. I mean, I deserve it, but still. You're no fun. Oh no, wait, that was right. Shit, hold on.
Here you go.
The shield does work. Look at that. Oh, I didn't get to there in time. Oh, you fuck.
Taste this. Heal. Taste this.
Shit. I hope I get that back, otherwise I'm fucked. I don't get that back. I'm in a rough spot now. Yep. This is why it took me a few playthroughs before I started using slides, as they're so dangerous.
Here you go. This is it. This is it. Here you go. Taste. This is it. I shall put you. Here you fire. You imbecile.
Shit. I didn't mean to do that. I bumped it one too many times. Alright.
Taste this. You are just an experiment. Here you go. Fire! You are pushing it. Come to me. Taste this.
There we go.
You.
Honestly, as long as I get him below half health after the first set of Sonic Blades, I should really just use the potion. I don't know why I'm trying to hold off like it's a longer fight. If I can do half his health with one, then I can just potion and do it again, and he's dead. That's how half works. Well, I've got his card. I'm sure he sticks around for the story.
You have such strength, even at the mercy of your memory.
None of that matters. Just put Riku back.
Just put him back. The Riku you speak of has but one fate, to sink into the darkness. And you will share that fate, Sora. If you continue to seek the girl Namine, the shackles will tighten. You'll lose your heart. and end up becoming Marluxia's pawn.
Marluxia? What does
I don't
Naminé
remember that
have
name.
to do with...
Good hit.
Axel!
Hey, Axel.
Yo, Sora. Did I catch you at a bad time?
Axel, why?
Why?
I came to stop you from talking too much. By eliminating your existence.
No, don't do it!
We are just nobodies who have no one to be, yet we still are. But now you can be nothing instead of just being a nobody. You're off the hook.
No! Please don't! I don't want to...
Goodbye.
And then he's dead. Axel just killed that man. On screen, we saw it happen.
What are you people?
You just lit him on fire from maybe the inside out.
I wonder about that myself.
Anyway, that's it for this world. Thank you for the kingdom key. Send these to 0. Even a kingdom key has a use set of 0. Self-referred to, you know, pretty much any other keyblade. Just to get a little more damage for it.
Yeah.
Nice work. I say good riddance to that blabbermouth.
Marluxia, you used Vexen to test Sora's strength, didn't you?
Not just Sora's, it was yours too. We weren't sure if you actually had it in your bones to take out a fellow member. Well, I guess that you did. It's time to join up. Taking over the organization will be like child's play with the 3 of us.
So that's where Sora comes in.
Of course. He wants to see Naminé, so why don't we just give him what he wants?
Rejoice, Naminé. The time is near for you to meet the hero that you've been longing for.
Yorikobe shonen, kimi no nagayo wa. I forget
glad.
the rest.
But I'm warning you. You better not do anything to betray Sora's feelings. Do you understand me, little one?
I understand.
All you need do is layer Sora's memories and bring his heart closer to you.
Sora. Even if you come for me, what then?
Sucks to be you. Oh, hey, Riku. Nice
Riku.
sword you got there.
You'll hurt Naminé if you go further.
You still want to fight? But Vexen's gone, so now you're free.
It doesn't matter what happens to him. I'm protecting Naminé from you. That's what's in my heart. Sora, I made a promise to Naminé. I promised to keep her safe.
That sounds familiar.
There was a meteor shower this one night when she and I were little.
Still sounded familiar.
Naminé got scared and said What if a shooting star hits the islands? So I told her, if a shooting star comes this way, I will protect you.
God, could you deliver
made a
this
promise
any slower,
with a toy
Riku?
sword.
What? How do you know about that?
Because that was the promise I made to her that night. I would protect her. I said it.
Don't lie! You weren't the one there that night.
You're the one who wasn't there. That was when she gave her good luck charm to me.
Her what?
This.
See?
Tell me, where did you get that?
Brain hurts.
Sora. Good try.
Huh?
That must be a fake. I've got the real one right here.
Well, that sure is neat.
2 of them?
2?
Fake should be destroyed.
I found you, faker. Or would a fake, even a fake can surpass the original be better? Alright, hold on, Riku. My room's getting warm. I need to open the air vent back up. I can't get it with my foot, though. There we go. Ah. I do like the face on the 4-card Riku has right there. It's an interesting tilt. And please let bosses, like, stay at about this much health the rest of the game. I think he actually has less health than Vexen because he's taking more damage, but... I don't know how enemy defense works in this game, much like a lot of the mechanics of this game, because it's never explained. I know I sure don't have, like, a defense stat as far as I know. You fool! Now you can't zero-card my Sonic Blade. Gotcha. I stabbed your dick until I won. What you gonna do about it? Get your dick stabbed, that's why. Gotcha. Oh, a Mega Potion. Alright, I can finally have Mega Potions. I've had Mega Ethers for so long now. I should be grabbing these slides, but... I want enough for an elixir. You know what? I'm doing fine right now. I'll be stupid and grab the slides that I won't use. But if I grab them, maybe eventually I'll find another one I'll use instead of Sonic Blade.
Riku.
No.
It's just like mine. How'd he get this?
Whee! Look at that.
It turned into a card.
Balloon. Huh, 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 ah.
I don't understand what's going on.
Let's just keep moving, okay? It doesn't matter.
It does matter. How can 2 of you have the same memory? You can't both be right.
I'm wrong. Fine.
Donald
then
struggles to
don't
have
believe me.
dialogue.
That's not what he meant. We're just kind of worried.
Then let's ask Nominee. That should clear it up. Look, we don't have time to sit around, so let's go.
Sora, what happened to you?
What's that mean?
Well, you always get real touchy when it comes to stuff about Nominee. But before we came to this castle, you didn't even remember what her name was.
Now Nominee's the only thing you talk about.
It doesn't make sense. Maybe you should just slow down and think ahead about some of these things.
Think ahead? What is the matter with you guys?
When have we ever thought ahead? Why do you want to start now? If we thought ahead, we wouldn't have come to this spooky castle.
You can lay back and take a nap for all I care. I'm going to find Nominee.
Sora!
You're all that he's got left. So then, if you don't stop this, no one will.
If only you had some way to do it.
It's too late.
You shouldn't give up just yet. Say, Nominee, have you noticed Marluxia doesn't seem to be around?
What are you saying?
Just that there's no one here who would want to get in your way.
Oh, Axel, you little trickster.
Just make it count. Now this should be interesting. Try and make it enjoyable, Sora. It's the least you can do for me, you know.
Sora already made your best friend. You hush, Axel.
Hey, wait. I'm enjoying this. You guys are something else.
Sora, that was no way to...
Keep it to yourself.
Well, gosh, Sora, I'm stuck in your hoodie, so I can't really say anything too much about all this. Back to Destiny Island! Zzz. I know exactly where this is. Yeah, this is our island. And there's these three nerds. Good on Sophie for being in one more Kingdom Hearts game than Titus and Walken. Proud of her. Glad to see you, You could be dumb enough to not notice food stuck to your face. Selfies on the mark. Sophie, Walken, Titus, that's who you are. Thinking about her again. Little zombie witchy's on his mind. Like, so you two can be alone, huh? Why won't he spy on you? Ba ba da yum bum 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 ba 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 da ba 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 ba. I guess I should probably fight those guys. Yeah. Alright, you're coming. You're asking for it.
Back off.
I went one too far, that's why. Like, why did I get Strike Raid and not Sonic Blade?
Fire! Fire! Freeze! Yeah. Attack! This is it.
I think some experience despawned. It's kind of counting on beating enough of them that it would come flying to me at the end. Ba, ba, ba. Ba, 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 ba,
Yeah.
ba, ba, ba. Judgment. Enemy for multiple attacks. Oh! So it's Strike Raid from Kingdom Hearts 1. It's the good Strike Raid. Got it.
Yeah.
Ba, 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 ba.
This is it. This is it. This is it. Ha! This is it. Fire!
A level. Oh, R's. 1 to 6. God. To be fair, that might be half decent in this version, unlike the GBA version. The max value you can have is 6. What a incredibly shitty slight.
This is it. This is it. This is it. Ha! Fire! Freeze! Heal!
I didn't really need that.
This is it. This is it. This is it.
Oh, I forgot about that map card. usually pops up more than it has. A ton more. It's not a common one, but I don't know if I remember right. It just does a random room effect when you pop it in.
This is it. Fire! Fire! Heal! Yeah! Yeah! Ha! Ha! Yeah! Ha!
Oh, there's another one. Did it not spawn till now? I remember that, again, more common than it has been.
Yeah! Ha! This is it. This is it. Ha! Ha! This is it. This is it.
There we go. That was satisfying, actually swapping between them that often.
Yeah. Ha. Ha.
Oh, you were smart enough to get around the bush. Look at you. God, there's just so many of them.
This is it. Ha.
Too soon.
This is it.
Oh, that was it. Look at that. God, so many of those Mingling Worlds cards.
Ha. Ha. This is it. Ha. 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 Fire!
See, now we're getting some good experience.
Ha. Ha. Yeah. This is it. This is
Wish
it.
they wouldn't bounce in the corner as often as they end up doing. Spread the hits out a little more.
Yeah. Ha. Fire!
Wow, if everyone you could hit, you chose that one.
Heal! Yeah! Ha.
Hey, level up. So I'm at like 9,000 right now. Alright, so that group of Dark Balls drops about 1,000, which is nice. Ooh, holy. Damage on a targeted enemy and all surrounding enemies. Mega Ether, Mega Elixir, and an item card. Alright, that's an expensive slut you have there. when that could, you know, reload all my other cards, and I could use a lot of smaller slides. I've gotten almost 3,000 experience since I leveled already. Already about a third of the way to the next level. Really, I shouldn't have bothered kind of grinding a little at Hollow Bastion or wherever I listed ground. Should have just waited till here. This will be the only room I kind of fully clear. That's honestly, at least partially just because I'd have so much trouble trying to avoid all the fights here that it's like not worth the effort trying.
Fire! Fire! Freeze! Yeah! Yeah!
A lot of blue cards and bottomless darkness. It's an odd combo. But the bottomless darkness makes it feel like it's on purpose, since that's kind of just what happens to Destiny Islands in the first game. Ah, that guy aggro's so quick. Again, that's like the whole point of the room, but still. It might just be because the room. Because usually there's a little bit after they spawn in before they, like, actually, you know, start aggroing. Yeah, I knew that was the chance I had to. Oh, it lost. It whiffed on one. See, yeah, I purposefully stopped the Sonic Blade early to fireball it because I knew that would kill it a lot faster. Oh, that's not the treasure door. Oh, there's a couple rooms here though, so may as well. One that equals a 2. Also, real quick, it's the color spread here. Mostly red and blue. Got it. I've not been finding a lot of green. I'll use that as the 8. Give me story! Sora, what's the big rush? I know you. You're Riku! What, a couple hours? Still under his control. You must be the Riku from my memories. Guess I kinda am. Speaking of her... Uh-oh. How should I know? Whatever it is, it can't be good. Gonna go warn the others. I should go. Job to look after. Go! Cool. Just gotta make me walk a couple extra rooms, don't you, game? Just gotta keep eking out those precious minutes from me. Did all these respawn? No? I guess I just didn't hit those specifically. Ba, 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 da, ba, ba, ba. Oh, cool. Empty. Two cure.
Yeah.
Oh, give me that. Not what I want. Did someone take a wrong turn? No? Okay.
Yeah.
Some lightning.
Yeah.
Some stopping.
Yeah.
We can pick the middle one. A total eclipse. Oh, you know what? That's for watching the Days movie, so it's got to be like linked to one of the organization members then. Kind of feel like it's Lexaeus. And I'm getting at least a small stockpile of Moogle points. Oh, that's a 6 cure. I'll take that at least. Alright, what do I need to get in here? Whew! Yikes. Blue first. God, I hope I have enough of this one. Probably do. 33 honestly isn't as big as it sounds, but just use doubles first real quick. Whew, apparently more of my greens were zeros than I thought. It's not great for me right now. Do I have a 2? There we go. Whoops. Shit. Worth it. We've unlocked Mega Elixirs now, though. And whatever the other thing will end up being. It's either that or you just get Mega Elixir from beating here. I'm honestly not quite remembering which.
Yeah.
Oops. Please.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nope, there we go. Mega Elixir. And 2 become 1. There we go. How good is it? Yo, B+, the most damaging I have so far. Thank you, Roxas. Right. Ooh, equals 0. You know what? I have, like, too many of these, so...
Yeah. This is it. Ha! Ha!
Getting too many of these. IMO.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck you, little shadow. Said Sonic. Oh, I was mid-jump. You even see my little feetsies off the ground.
This is it. This is it. Ha! This is it. Aha! Fire!
You've almost leveled again, which is nice.
Yeah. Yeah. Aha!
No, don't hit the
Yeah.
door, stupid. 50. Yikes. I do have those Jack cards, but I'm trying to save them for the end. That way when I get to the end of the game, I don't have to, like, grind shit out.
The island!
When suddenly evil had happened. Hello, dark side. Please? I can't climb up his arm. I think I maybe was actually supposed to kill the shadows. Yeah. I was thinking it was like a KH1 where you were supposed to smack his face. And that, like, got the Mickey card. Now, if you kill the shadows, you get it. Well, I sure am glad that happened. I do dig this boss theme, though.
Yeah.
Wish they used it in another one at some point. You didn't spawn Heartless, you fuck.
Fire!
I don't want a Sonic Blade because I have the feeling I'd fall off. If anyone is wondering why. There we go. Sorry, I'm reaching up hot. Need to boop him. Boop. I got all the slights I can. Alright, we can go back to getting the bigger deck.
Okay, I have to keep her safe. Nominate! Can you hear me? Oh. Nominate!
Sora, you really came for me.
It's you. It's really you. I've been through so much just to see you.
Yes, I wanted to see you too. But this isn't right. I messed up. I wanted to see you. But this isn't the right way.
Nominate?
I was lonely for so long. I just couldn't bear it anymore. So I called out to your heart and had you come all the way out to this place. You came for me and I'm so happy, but to your heart I had to.
Don't worry. I'm here because I promised that I would protect you.
And then things got weird for Sora.
Thank you. And I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to be in this picture. That's true.
Nominate?
That isn't me. I'm not there. I don't really exist.
I'm not
Inside
me,
your heart.
she says.
I don't exist in anyone's heart. I never have existed anywhere.
I'm not me. No,
What are you
I'm
saying?
not me.
What's gotten into
I'm
you?
not me.
Weren't we inseparable? Always together? But then you had to go away. I came here so I'd never lose you again.
Was it really me you wanted to see?
Of course it was. I know I've forgotten a lot of things in this castle, but never anything about you.
But I'm sure this thing is definitely for surezies.
Look, you gave this to me, didn't you?
You have it. My good luck charm. No, Sora. You can't believe me.
They had to be fucking around with this.
What am I supposed
You
to
can't
do?
believe me.
Think, Sora.
I'm not me.
Think just one more time
She's not me.
about who's most special to you. Call out to that piece of memory that glimmers faintly deep inside your heart. No matter how far away the light gets, your heart's voice will always reach it.
Who's most special to me? That's an easy one. It's you, Namit.
It's... Wait a minute, this star's different. And Nominee's a redhead? And I like it more? We didn't voice act this part, and the streamer's kind of upset about it. You had all of that voice, then you couldn't do the 3 extra text boxes? Damn you, Squeenix. Damn you.
Yeah.
Take that.
Yeah.
Please. For once I am wishing for the magnet hands of Kingdom Hearts 1. Please grab the ledge. Oh, that's the only world where you don't take a ladder out. Oh, no, wait. I don't think you did for Twilight Town either. Which I guess combined Twilight Town and Destiny Island is basically one world with like an extra boss. So that's like 3 total special rooms you need.
It isn't you. The person most special to me, it's not you, right?
No. The girl you really care about. The one who was always with you. It's not me. It's her.
But her's you, right?
Who is she?
Her isn't you?
Because I can't think of her name. If she's so special to me, then why can't I remember?
Because I went into your memories and...
Let me explain this.
For reasons not ever
Plain and
entirely
simple.
explained, I have control over your memories when I draw in a book.
Your memory is a train wreck. You're not the one who's meant to protect Naminé. It's supposed to be me! But you and your messed up memories are always in the way. Sora!
Well, it's kind of actually explained, but the explanation doesn't really say why. Oh, he's got the glowy hand again. He's in phase 2. Oh, watch out. He's the one with magnet hands. He's stolen my power. God, look at that health bar just draining. Yeah, Vexen just had higher defense. I get he's like the shield guy, but still. Whew, good thing mine broke his.
This is it.
Oh, come on, that hit him.
This is it.
You gotta be kidding.
Fire!
Drop!
Boop. Yo. Ooh. Die. Man, remember earlier in this playthrough when I forgot which was the broken slight and I wanted to use Strike Raid like a fool? This is what I was thinking of when I said. Oh, hey, leveled. Nice. I think I leveled at Dark Side, which means that I am probably under-leveled. Or the game at least thinks so. Good thing I know the busted strat, and this is the easy difficulty. What time is it? Do I have time to finish this game? Ooh, an hour left. I think I'm gonna have to go a little late, but I think we got this. Shit, hold on. I think if I talk to them, another boss fight might start. And if I fail that, I have to do the Riku fight again, which, while, again, that was not exactly the most difficult fight at all. I'd rather not redo. So do I have room for any of the elixirs now? I think I do. 75. Can do this. God, it's only at a 5. That is so risky to use. The Mega Elixir's at 6, though, so if I get one more level and boost my card points, then I can use it. Anyway, Riku, no!
Want some more?
Ah!
Sora!
How rude. No fair, I should have been able to block it. I'm sure I had a card higher. I could have broken that. I have a bunch of zeros to break your slight.
Looks like I win.
Riku! Stop!
You are through!
So yeah, that doesn't make sense, because the cards are like canon to the actual story. She can't stop on him. Is that what stop does? I should be using that more.
Riku! Riku! What did you do?
Something about the two Rikus right there, in my head I was like, what if it just kept playing it and slightly making it
I'd say more
faster?
like she smashed it, really.
Smashed.
Riku?
His heart.
Riku?
Then
Anyway, hey Lark, seeing how you doing?
what's gonna happen to Riku?
Didn't you notice the card was called Riku
Oh,
Replica?
you're so much fun
Idiot.
To watch. If it's a Riku
Can't you
you're
read?
worried about, then don't. Because Riku was never really here.
What do you mean?
This is
You
Repliku,
really think I'm just gonna say it?
which is
That's
short for
too
Replica
easy.
Riku.
Oh,
Riku
what
Replica,
to do?
whichever.
Quit the games!
All right. Have it your way then. I know it'll kill you to hear this, but I think I can live with that. That thing lying there is just a puppet that Vexen made as an experiment. No more than a toy. It's laughable, really. It called
Just like
you a
every
fake,
time some article
but it
comes
was
out
a
about something
fabrication
being
all
turned
along.
complete, we changed enough of the outside
Riku,
variables to
a
convince
fake?
you it was real, and we're gonna claim that it was a
Fake in
great
every
success because
possible
of it.
way. It was only finished recently. How could it remember anything? You get it? Its memories with Naminé were just planted, not real. Yep, that means all this time it's been picking fights with you over memories that were counterfeit, trumped up, and completely bogus. Isn't that the truth, Naminé? Oh, so cute. But behind this little face, you do awful things.
Naminé?
You're so stupid. Don't you get it now? That's what Naminé's powers are about. She can enter, rearrange, and even create new memories of anything, even things that never happened.
Crazy, right?
The girl you've been trying to protect all this time is really a manipulative witch who shackles people's hearts.
Then my memories are all...
Oh, you do get it. Lies, lies, all lies. Just Naminé's illusions, nothing more. Binding you in the chains of your own memory was central
She said
to
something
our
close
trap.
to the same thing.
It makes me tingle to think how easily you were duped.
I mean, you did
So
kind of
close to it. We were
destroy
almost
the
there.
inner workings of his
This
brain.
was our only chance.
It is a little
We
acceptable
turned
that,
the
you know,
Keyblade Master into our puppet, but
you got
that
confused.
jerk Axel, he used Naminé to betray us. So now, I'm left with no choice but to eliminate you.
You'll pay.
We'll have to
Don't!
eliminate
Huh?
you.
It's a little late for the witch to grow a conscience. Last time I checked, you're the one who fooled around with his memories, creating this mess.
I know, but...
I should tell you that I'm in an extremely foul mood. Thanks to you, all our plans are ruined!
Naminé!
What's this? Are you upset? And you don't even actually know her.
We just made you think you know her, and are still
But
doing
still-
so. Stupid.
I made a promise.
What?
A promise I made to Naminé to keep her safe. Maybe my memories are fake, but the promise is real to me. That's why I'll keep it.
You're such an idiot. There is no promise, and there never was. You're just delusional. Must you insist on playing the hero? Whatever. If that's the way you want it, you're going down alone!
And then finally, Donald and Goofy come up. Also, it's pretty neat. You don't have Donald and Goofy cards until after they leave until they come back.
Goofy, you found me.
We haven't really, you know, noticed
Of course
it.
we did.
Yeah.
We were worried about you.
And we promised. We promised that we would protect you.
You won't ever be alone. It's always been the three of us, and we stick together.
It's kind of like in Castle, in Castle Oblivion. It's kind of like in Hollow Bastion
Okay.
when Goofy
Have it your
leaves
way.
Riku to save
More
Sora.
pain for
Only this
you,
time,
more
Donald's
fun
actually
for
there
me.
as well. And I was right. We do fight Lurk Seed here. I don't get it. Why is Axel's theme playing when you're fighting Lurk Seed? This just does not make sense. And I sure am glad my good friends Dolan and Gooby are here to help me out during this fight.
Lightning!
Ouch. do need to swap out the fire cards for ice cards for whenever I next fight Axel. Because God help me if I hit him with Fyraga. Got her. Sonic Blade, you are a godsend for this game.
No, I refuse to lose. There's such a bunch of losers. I think I'm fainting? No, this isn't the way. I won't allow.
You basically see people die in this game. It's crazy. This was originally on the Game Boy.
You must be Nominee. It's good
Wild
to meet
game.
you. We're friends of Sora's, and my name is...
You're Goofy, and you're Donald.
I think even most of the time in Kingdom Hearts 2, when you beat the organization members, they're just gone after the
Congratulations,
fight.
Sora.
They don't show them, like,
You
fading
finally
away like
found
this.
Your friend. I'm so happy
Except for
you.
Axel, I guess.
Gee, there sure are a lot of questions. Nominee, I know this probably won't be easy for you, but could you tell us what happened?
Of course. It's my fault after all. I took the people and memories that were inside Sora's heart. And little by little I replaced them with false memories.
Hey, what about Sora's promise?
Made up. It was fake. Sora never really promised me anything. Me being with him on the islands, that was a lie, just like everything else. We never met. I was never Sora's friend.
And you were never anything more, either.
No. You see, in all of your true memories, I was never really there.
Gee, then that must mean it was your magic that made the rest of us lose our memories too. Is there any way for us to ever get them back?
I can fix everything. If we go to the 13th floor. But Marluxia, he...
Bet I know who that is. Was he the fella who made you tamper with all of our memories?
If I didn't obey, he said I'd be locked in this castle forever.
You wouldn't
I've
be
been
the only one.
alone for so long.
So
Of course, the other person wouldn't be locked in the castle forever if Mickey didn't
I'm
leave
so
Aqua
sorry.
in hell for 10 years.
Don't be.
Mickey.
Please don't cry.
Oh. Of course. I know I really don't have the right to.
That's not what I meant.
What?
It's like this. I'm really not happy about you messing with my memories. But, you know,
In fact, I'm surprised
get
I'm
mad
not
at you for it
viciously
either.
attacking you right now.
These memories
Good
you
thing
gave
you
me.
put all these memories of us
In my
being
head,
bestest
I know
friends
they're
in my
lies.
head, so I don't do that.
but they still feel right. Like the
It's
promise I
essentially
made.
what he's saying, but in a much nicer, more
I said I
Sora
would
way.
protect you, and that I wouldn't make you cry. Not ever. Nominee, if you cry now, I'll feel guilty, like I let you down. So don't cry. Please. Until I get my memories back, smile and try to be happy. It's easier on me that way.
Sora.
Oh, brother, that's a bit much.
It's okay. Sora always gets like this every time he's around a girl.
Aw, cut it out. I thought you both lost your memories too.
Too bad. Good friends don't forget the good stuff.
Come on.
There's only like 40 minutes left of the stream, but I do have to pee.
There.
So I'm gonna run
That's
real
it.
quick right now.
That's the nominee I remember. Yeah, I really liked it when you used to smile. Of course, that was really only in my fake memories. But what I'm feeling now definitely isn't fake. It's real.
Thank you.
Well then, let's go.
Oh boy! I can't wait to get my memory back.
Nominee? Marluxia is gonna be up there, so maybe you'd better stay down here.
Yeah, maybe you could look after Riku? We'll come get you when it's over.
Okay. Please be careful, Sora.
I'll be okay. I promise.
Alright. Alright. Riku, no! I can't even interact with him. You did cause us suffering, but that's not real Riku nominee, so stop worrying about it. If I can beat this game on 13 hours on the dot, that would be kind of neat.
Who was it? Who's most important to me? Nothing.
Can't you remember?
I also gotta say, moving through this castle makes me wonder
I
how
don't
big
remember Nami.
Landed Departure originally
Come on.
was.
Do
Their
you guys
little
remember
castle.
anything at all?
No, sorry, Sora. It's important, but I just can't remember. I don't want to be, but I'm getting scared.
Then we should really make a promise.
Huh?
What you said back there kinda got my brain thinking. Whenever you make a promise that's super duper big, maybe it gives you the courage to face the scary stuff.
Courage.
Yeah, let's do it. And if we get scared, or in trouble, or even if we get separated.
Or even if we sort of forget each other.
Whatever happens, we're friends.
Yeah.
All for one and one for all.
Trinity Limit. Tack Dolan Gooby. So that's that one slide I was talking about kind of throughout the game where I'm like, and this just kills everything on screen. In the original Game Boy version, you can do any combination of Donald, Goofy, and a Keyblade, which was much nicer because then you don't lose the Keyblade for the slide. But yeah.
This is it.
I still love the Neo Shadows design so much. Alright, so Keyblade, Donald, Goofy.
It's over.
And this is what this looks like. One might live. Nope. And it wiped out the second wave too. So yeah, that's why I like that slide a lot. Nope, give me that. It's only F3, but it's still a Mega Elixir. Well, that's not great for me. Alright, if I can just get a Doland card. That's a Gooby. Felt like there was some way I had to nearly guarantee that Doland Gooby would spawn, but I do not remember it. Anyway, I win. Oh, hey, there's the reward thing. Dogs are barking for whatever reason. Dope. Copies the enemy card your opponent is using. Oh, interesting. God. Now, the late game bosses do have elixirs. I wonder if you could snag one of those. I assume you can, but you just have to time it real good. Used in slights available for reloading. Oh, 80. Increases running speed. Thanks, Larxene. Oh yeah, Vexen's just a revive if you get downed. Oh yeah, I need to go ahead and just do this. Because the next boss is Axel, I think. Could I get away with at least 1/6 of these? Could get away with more. Alright. Then what I will do is that, because I'll just move down the list with them. So, could do even better. Yeah. 21 for that. 22. Oh. I apparently could have been having much better fire for pretty much the whole time. There we go. Oh yeah, how good is Oathkeeper? Also B+. Dope. So if I start getting high-level versions of that and 2 become 1... start swapping those in as much as I can. That waits for some. I'm gonna go 6. It's great so far. Like over an hour long. I will definitely probably be watching that after the stream. I don't remember how much of that I saw when it originally happened. It was a wild game, so I want to make sure no one breaks this. That unfortunately doesn't insta-kill bosses, but it still does a lot of damage to them. Oh, the loading screen's gone. Yeah. What a game that definitely could have been better than it was. That was unfortunate. There we go. This doesn't instant kill bosses. It does do a lot of damage. But of course, you gotta hope that they spawned in slow enough they didn't die. Look at that. But you have to let a boss just kind of let you use it, because boy howdy do they have a lot of time to interrupt you. I didn't get another Goofy. I think I'm just kind of stuck without it.
Yeah. Freeze. Freeze. Yeah.
These guys have been hurting me. I did get another... Oh, there's a Goofy. Alright. Change of plans.
It's over.
Oh, the Donald and Goofy order doesn't matter. Okay, good enough. Should have gotten more water as well. I'm definitely out. Wow, you guys are being a pain this time.
This is it.
Alright.
This is it. This is it. Ha. 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 Ha.
I think that was both a Donald and a Goofy? Nope.
Ha. This is it.
Got 3 Donalds. Alright, game.
This is it.
Unfortunate. I got pretty lucky there, though, that I kept hitting one, so I got to continue that.
Freeze.
I've gotten 5 Donalds. Alright. And these are all enemies, like, immune to magic. Okay, game.
Heal.
You are what I would call a prick. God, my healing does nothing. I need another cure card.
Yeah. 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 Freeze.
No, I do wonder something. Just give me my potion back. It does not. That figures. Hey, Donald, feel like healing me? Thing stolen.
Freeze. Donald.
Oh, now you do.
Yeah.
Rough fight.
Yeah. This is it.
Alright, I got at least one Goofy this time.
Take this.
Alright, let's put in some more healing cards. 30 gets me to 21, 35. Alright, I'm gonna just take an ice out.
Freeze. This is it. Ha.
That's one Goofy.
This is it.
Don't care, got the cards back. There's the Donald I needed this whole time. Alright. 2 cures is enough for me, thankfully. Good, we have a 0 save. That will help. Wow, I don't really remember this setup, but... Well, I guess I do, it's just... It looks differently. I remember the layout. The walls are a lot darker and spookier than I remember. Behold, the Goofy Tornado level 3! Yeah, I knew that would happen. But it was funny. Vaguely. Get like a Donald, it would still help out.
This is it. This is it.
Honestly, I feel like all of these fights are and enemies are strong enough that at any point Trinity Limit would be quite a bit helpful and speed it up a lot.
This is it.
Oh, you're down to like 1 person left.
Goofy!
They're really not gonna like bump down a little. Oh, there we go. Right when Goofy ended, of course. And I could really use some green cards, which I'm not seeing. Green cards not spawn on this floor? They might not, which is very bad.
This is it.
Kane, can you please give me the Donald and the Goofy card, please? Like, I don't think I'm asking for too much with that. But... You know what? There might still be another wave, so... I'll sit through the animation. Moogle, I do kind of want it. I have a red 4. Just in case I need it. The fact no green cards are spawning in is worrying because I will probably need at least some form of them for the story doors. I think that's a Donald and a Goofy. Damn it.
This is it.
Suddenly Donald cards are very rare. Is it because I complained he didn't heal me? There he is. Fuck you, Donald. I saw a blue 6, which I could use. Also, that blue 7 blue is looking nice.
This is it.
Is that Donald? Damn it.
This is it.
There's Dolan.
Freeze. Take this.
And this is an 11 card, which none of them can break because none of them have zeros. I guess also, if these were in the original Game Boy version, I think this is the first game the Neo Shadows were actually a part of Ragnarok. Tempted, but no. Actually, I should. I think that might be the last light you get from leveling.
This is it. This is it.
Hello, Goofy. Thank you for joining the party.
Take this.
Of course, that was the last wave. Oh, wow. Is there a red 8? I could just grab that and kind of be done. I'm not seeing one. So blue 5 or 6 would be fantastic. Alright, I see a 5. Yeah, green cards don't seem to spawn on this floor, which is a goddamn shame.
Yeah.
Okay, I do have those 2 Joker cards, which can do for a substitution, but... You know, I do only have the 2 of them, so...
This is it. This is it. Take this.
Alright, we should be good. There's really the only wave there as well? God. Alright, I saw 6 movable. be careful not to use all these Moogle cards, but, you know, I'm gonna use some of them. Damn it.
This is it.
And that's this fight. Uh-oh, hold on, I need a Keyblade worth something.
It's over.
Mingling words. I am Mushu.
Yeah. This is it.
Hey, there's a Dolan.
Take this.
Yes, oh. Did they both really perfectly time it so that I didn't hit them with the Trinity? God damn it, you.
This is it.
It's probably a second wave as well. No? Okay, that's nice at least. A red 8 would still be fantastic. C1, Moogle, Moogle. So there's 0 new Moogle. There's a 9 Moogle. I'll take that one. Next room I make should be a treasure one. Make sure next couple should probably be treasures. Oh.
Yeah.
I knew the Hollow Bastion security system was based off of one from Castle Oblivion. Crazy. Small world, one might say.
Yeah. This is it.
A Dolan would be nice. Nope. Fuck that one up.
This is it. Freeze. Freeze. Heal. This is it.
There's a Dolan.
Take this.
Let's hopefully end this fight.
This is it.
Oh, that so should have hit.
This is it.
Gotcha. Still need a red 8 at some point. Game's still not giving it to me. There's a 0 treasure, which I'll take. I'll use it for the next room. Yeah, I do not think we will finish this tonight. Which is fine. This game still has a Riku story. which, again, it is shorter than Sora's story by, like, a good amount. If I started Riku's story the next stream of this, God, I don't remember if I can beat it in one stream or if it would take two, but, you know. But, we will definitely not have time to finish this tonight. Unless I go, like, a couple hours over what I usually end it, so... Please hit the rest of them! Nope.
This is it.
Worked so well the first couple of times, and lately they've been managing to dodge it, making me unhappy. Don't care, got it. God, they have strong cards. Oh, there's an 8 red. I do have a 1 Moogle. I have a 2 treasure, I'll use that one instead. But if I'm lucky, this might have ultimate, which would be neat. I think there could actually be a few different things, so, you know. Raging Storm, look at that. That actually looks dope. Oh, random cutscene. Man, I think this is the only cutscene in the game that just randomly pops up as you're moving through the castle. And that was it. Hope you all enjoyed it. The only random cutscene in the game. Alright, it didn't give me Ultima. Do I have to have, like, beaten Marluxia on the save file to get Ultima? Because that's kind of fucking lame. Oh, it might be in the gold treasure room, which also makes sense, but is upsetting to think of. Nice little bell sounds. Yeah. God, I'm almost at the split in the path. What a garbage card pack, too. Rules are ripping me off. Oh, there's some Oblivions. I didn't notice when I unlocked those, but thank you. Yeah, B. 9 to become 1. Thank you, Google. Oh, 0 Mega Potion. A 9 Mega Potion. Actually, I think I needed that for... I should have 5s for fire. What happened to my fires? Oh well. I mean, I can't just use Blizzard for the rest of the game. There's really no reason to swap back. Unless I just really start to miss the fact that fire tracked, but... I have not found a single good value cloud card yet. Should have kept that 0 Mega Potion, but oh well. Oops, I meant to keep one of those 8s. God, that 3 Mega Elixir is so risky. I don't know if enemies have, like, a card lower than a 3 at this point in the game. Alright, just in case we get a real good Mega Elixir or something. A 9 regular Elixir. And a 0-1. Those are not bad. See, I'd risk a 5. I would either need to bait out a 0, or they would need a 1 or a 2. Man, I do not recall enemies really, especially bosses, which is where I would need that. I do not really recall them using that cards that low at this point. Is there a 5 I can swap out? 19. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I did want to put back in. Well, yeah. Yeah. Here's that 6 Mega Elixir. A 9 High Potion. Can I swap it for a 9 Elixir? 72. 77. I could easily. You know what? Yeah. Nope. And then we try and get better damage on things. That's an expensive boost, but still. Do I have any just C's left? I think everything is C+ or B. Yeah, again, that doesn't matter too much for those 0s there. Alright, and I believe that's all I can really swap out for that. $36. Oh. Really? Crab Claws decided to be counted as expensive as 2 become 1? That doesn't make sense. That was a goof when they added that into this game. Or it's like a reward because it's like a trickier card to get. It's too expensive. Alright, I think I'm gonna make this next room a save room. Sex and the Halo show recently kind of wanted to see what the scene is like. God. Yeah, I've heard about that for various reasons, and whew. From what I've heard of that show, I do not have much temptation to watch it, but I'm gonna save it and call it a night here, because this is about when I would end the stream, and we would have to get all the way over to this room for the next story thing. And then that's not even the last story thing. It's not showing, but I think at the end of this little path right here is where the final boss is. So I think we have at least another, like, hour of this game, assuming I have the cards I need to open those doors. So it's like, if I went an hour late, maybe I could beat the game. So instead, we're just gonna call it a night here, because it's gonna be a bit before I even get to the next story point. But, yeah. Making good progress. Little surprised we haven't beaten it yet. God, I would have to beat the game in half an hour to get the beat in under 13. Whew. I don't have a Sora beginner save to be like, this is how fast I beat the Sora last time, but apparently Riku takes me between 4 and 6 hours, so next time we stream this, we might manage to beat it. Well, no. So I would do this next Friday, and we go for, what, 5 hours? Yeah. So yeah, if I didn't have an hour left of Sora, then next time we stream this, we could probably beat Riku, but unfortunately, we did not beat Sora, so that won't happen. But thanks everyone for hanging out. It was definitely a chiller night, but it was still a good night regardless. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Artie, and